Okay, I'm live just for a moment for the audience here and for anybody at home. Pardon me? Are we live? Yes. Just for the folks here and the folks at home, we meetings advertised for 1 o'clock. It'll be 1:10. We just finished our committee of the whole and we're trying to draft up the minutes so that we can proceed. So at 1:10, we will reconvene for council. Thank you. Oh, I don't have. I see some clerks coming here now. Well, Robin is a clerk, so we can start, but I want to make sure I get the other ones in. All right. Did you hear how much the bikers made yet? Since I didn't hear back from them. Up and running. Okay, we are live. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll look for my clerk for attendance. Roll call, I guess.
Your worship, welcome to the August 26th council meeting. I'm Jennifer Connor, clerk of Ramara Township. I'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snatch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu.
Present.
Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead. I've just been reminded I don't have my chain office on, which is so if council will allow me, I'll sneak out first break and I'll put it on then. I'll get going with our meeting. Opening remarks. I know last Saturday's, the 17th was the North Toronto Centurions had their annual motorcycle ride to raise money for Sick Kids Hospital. Unfortunately, it was a rainy day, but even with that, they had folks from Philadelphia, some from New Jersey, New York, police officers or military that take part in this ride. I didn't hear the final numbers, unfortunately, but they're hoping to reach a grand total of over 100,000 that they've now raised for Sick Kids Hospital. So I want to thank the North Simcoe Centurions for that. And I know at the same time there's other events. I believe the poker run, but that was the event I attended, and then I had to leave for AMO. At the AMO conference, we had 3 delegations. I think overall they went well. We were looking for more funding for the good doctors and kind of got a no on that one. We were hoping to get some government funding to help offset that cost. So that would be the only negative feedback that, we got at the AMO conference. So were any other members of council out and about? And I know I'm going to go to Dana because I know you represented me at the powwow. I was not able to make it for the first time. Go ahead, Dana.
Thank you. Yes, this past weekend, I had the great honor of representing Ramara Township at the Ramara Powwow. It's a lovely tradition to dance in the grand entry with our MP Adam Chambers and MPP Jill Dunlop, alongside officials from the surrounding municipalities, and of course our hosts, Ramara First Nation Council. The dancing, singing, regalia, culture, food, fire, and friends are such good medicine for the soul. I encourage all our residents to come. People attend from all over the world, and we are incredibly lucky to have this in our own backyard. Chi-miigwech Rama, and congratulations to Chief Williams on another successful powwow in the community. I look forward to the Rama powwow every year.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I also was at Centurions with Mayor that weekend, so I won't touch on that because he knows as much information as I do. I didn't make it to grand entry at the powwow, but I did make an appearance there. My weekend was very busy. Saturday, actually, coming back from AMO, Saturday was the Aurelia Car Show that was put on by the Rotary Club in Aurelia, and the Chamber, of course, supports that. So we were there. I got to take a picture of a gremlin, and there were actually 2 roadrunners that were at that car show. So that was pretty fancy. Great to see. Then I went up to the fly-in at the Lake St. John Airport. So that was really neat. There was helicopters coming in, planes coming in. That was great. And our fire services were there to support that day. And then on my way home is when I stopped by Rama to join in the powwow. Sunday, I actually left the municipality, but just next door went to Beaverton. It was the second last day that they had for Barrel Racing Club for the Beaverton Barrel Racers. And so my son is a part of that, and really good friends of the family and of the community in Ramara too. So we went and got some barrel racing in for the day on Sunday.
Perfect. That's the thing. Everything always happens on the same weekend, and we're all trying to run different directions to be at these events. You're good. And Councillor Goff, you were also at the Centurions ribbon cutting. I wanted to point that out. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Yeah. So on the performance boat poker run, I was there. I don't know actually right now either the amount they raised, but they were raising funds for Ramara Fire and Emergency Services. I think specifically Marine, they were hoping to dedicate it to. So that was great. I too was at the Centurion. So I got a cool picture on a bike. Not that I know how to ride one, but if I could, it was a pretty cool picture. And one of our local fellas in Lagoon City had made his way to being in the top 5 prettiest bikes, they called it. So that was cool. And then I also was able to stop in at one of our local businesses. They were doing a special tent sale and, whatever. So that was cool. So I did that. I was also at the powwow and then also at the fly-in splash-in. So I got a chance to check in on some local businesses too. So it's been a busy couple of weeks for me too.
Awesome. Perfect. So with that, I'll go to the CEO for your update, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, all the red shirts in the gallery. Good afternoon. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councillor Tuyu, in follow-up to your comments earlier today in committee, a reminder of the grand opening of the sports court at Lovely Day Park. That opening is at 12:30. It's important to recognize that this would not have been able to move forward. We wouldn't be joining each other on this Friday at 12:30 if there was not support from Investing in Canada. that grant helped cover a large portion of the costs of that multi-use facility. I don't know where the summer has gone. Labor Day is right around the corner. A reminder for everyone that the administration buildings will be closed on Monday, September the 2nd. They will reopen on Tuesday, the 3rd at 9 a.m. This coming Saturday, once again, Fire and Rescue Services will be providing an outreach through the community. There'll be a car wash at Station 1 in Brecken. All the proceeds from the car wash will be going towards the Terry Fox Foundation. And for those that have not taken the opportunity to engage in the photo contest, the Ramara Trails photo contest, the competition has been extended to September the 20th. And at the end of the day, 5 lucky folks will be awarded a $20 gift card. If you've not, please consider a submission. Mr. Mayor, council, members of the government.
Thank you, Robin. I almost forgot my manners. There's a former councillor in the house, John Appleby. Welcome, John. And I know you're doing a presentation later, but I wanted to welcome you officially. So with that, I'll look for the adoption of the agenda, that the council agenda dated August 26, 2024, and any additions there to be adopted as presented. And we did get a printed copy of our committee of the whole that we just completed. So that was handed around. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the deputy mayor. Questions arising from the agenda? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Open forum regarding agenda items. I don't think we received any online. Is there anybody here want to speak on any of the items on the agenda today for 1 minute? Not seeing any. So adoption of minutes then. So I have a motion that the council meeting minutes dated July 22nd, 2024 be adopted as presented. Moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions? All in favor? That is carried. Special council meeting minutes, that the special council meeting minutes dated August 12, 2024 be adopted as presented. Moved by Councillor Tuyu, second by Councillor Goff. Questions arising from the minutes? All in favor? Oh, did we have a question? Did you? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Any member? Oh, we have a few, and I believe I was one as well. So I'll start with Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I submitted to the clerks earlier on section 18.5 in our closed session regarding OMER staff, volunteer firefighters and council. I need to declare on part of that report as my son is a volunteer firefighter.
Yeah, the firefighter one you'll be declaring on. Same. Deputy Mayor, exact same. I will be declaring on the one on council because I don't have an interest in common. Whenever we're talking about our own wages or anything like that, it's considered an interest in common because there's more than one. Well, I fit in a category of me. I've been on council too long. There is nobody else. So I have to declare because I do not have an interest in common. Therefore, I must declare the pecuniary interest. Councillor CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for Councillor Fisher and the deputy mayor. The way the resolution that will come out of closed is that information regarding volunteer firefighters is strictly for information. That part of the report requires no decision of council. You can always change your disposition. You don't know that, but when we come out of closed, that portion of the documentation is to be received.
Perfect. Okay, if there's no others, I got to figure out where I am. I was scrolling down. Okay, motions of which notice has been previously given, we have none, but we do have one public meeting. So looking for my, oh, here it is here. So to adopt Schedule A of the building bylaw that governs the fees and the fees collected to fund the administration of the Building Code Act and the building code. This fee schedule amended is required to ensure cost recovery as allowed by Section 7 of the Building Code Act 1992. So pursuant to Section 7(8) of the Building Code Act, we're holding a public meeting to seek public input regarding the proposal to replace Schedule A Building Bylaw 2023-22, also referred as the fee schedule. The clerk will now advise on the manner of giving notice and provide a brief explanation of how notice was given. Jennifer?
Notice that this public meeting was made as prescribed by Division C, Part 1, Section 1912 of the Ontario Building Code. The notice was published in the Aurelia Today on July 18th and on the township website.
Yes, I believe it was supposed to be at the last meeting, but we didn't actually have the agenda. So the CEO building official, Wally Zachary, will now give a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. The building bylaw used to regulate the building department was written and approved in 2023. The current fee schedule has been in use since 2022 and has been effective in capturing the costs of the department. In order to ensure that the fee schedule is adequate, an internal review of the fee schedule is conducted to ensure its validity. The result of this review concluded the fees are adequate and there are a few operational fees that can be recovered and some that can be made more clear. This version of the schedule reflects these changes to allow proper administration of the Act and to continue to clearly establish documents and schedules for daily operations that are clear, concise, and transparent.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll take any questions from the audience. If you have any concerns with the new proposal fees. I'm not seeing any. Do we have any online?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, then I'll turn to council members. Any questions or comments? I see you've got a new, all right, I'll start here with Councillor Goff.
My question is, roof repair or replacement only. So if somebody is going to reshingle their roof, they need a permit. Has it always been in place or is this a new fee?
The way the building code is written is any material alteration, repair to a building or its components requires a permit. This roof repair came out of some roof damages that are getting damaged by the heavier storms that we have, where the roof's getting damaged more structurally. And the way our fee schedule was set out before was by the square footage of the building. So if they had to do a roof, we had to take the square footage of the whole floor and cost them that. So we just decided to go with a flat fee if you're repairing or replacing your roof, but not necessarily the cladding, the shingles on the roof.
Okay, so follow up. Can they reshingle a roof without having to get a permit?
Again, the way the building code is written is any material alteration or repair or replacement, but we don't actively go out and look for people that are shingling their roofs.
It's like replacing siding, but if you're under the structure where you've had a tree fall on a roof or damage to that nation, yeah, if you're into the framework, say the roof was rotten,
Correct.
you would be expected. Councillor Snutch.
What, I think you want it clearer than that, though. If you're not doing any structure, then you do not need a permit to reshingle your roof.
By the letter of the law, you would require a shingle.
Well,
You
let's
would require
change the
permit.
law. That's ridiculous, in my opinion.
That's provincial law. That's the Building Code Act. Any material alterate, technically to replace a toilet in your house, you would need a building permit. But again, we look at the overall, if you come in to apply for a toilet or apply for shingles, we will grant a permit.
Carry on.
The next thing I have is just in relation to the 3% administration fee that's going to be done for electronic payments. I think I read that right, but I can't find it quickly.
Correct. That's correct.
I thought the whole reason to do that was to implement efficiencies and speed up the process. A 3% fee is not going to help. Can we not absorb the 3% fee to encourage people to do online? Like, why charge the 3% if we want to put this procedure in place? And it says here to reduce redundancies, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We could encourage the work, but we would have to spread that fee over everybody else's permits. And at this point, very few people are actually paying electronically. So we thought that's the 3% fee to the credit card applicant, which is 100% cost recovery. That's exactly what we pay to the company that administers our credit card payment fee.
So people can send us an e-transfer though, correct?
Correct.
Which is no fee.
As far as I know.
So how are you going to do you want people to use the system or not want them to use the system?
We're providing as an option. Some people prefer to pay by credit card strictly because of the fact that they get cashback discounts or air miles or things like that. So sometimes it's in their advantage to pay for that. And if they want to have that choice, we'd like to have that choice, but we don't want to pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
That's the trouble with the credit cards. A lot of times they ding the sales,
Mhm.
the retail. So now registering and re-registering orders on title. So we didn't have a charge for that before.
We did
A
not,
lot of
no.
times you end up in court with these, you know.
And we could end up in court, but the registration process is expensive, and it's just an easier way sometimes for things that have gone on for a long time, or we're getting tied up in the courts and we see a pending sale, to avoid an unsuspecting purchaser inheriting a problem. We can register the order on title, and then the matter will be dealt with before the closing of the deal. It's a good tool to stay out of court, which saves us time and money, but we don't want to incur that cost either.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because people buy properties and then find out there was an order issued that wasn't registered. So then they're able to figure that out ahead of time.
Correct.
And the same with the reinspection. So if somebody fails their inspection, we'll have a minimum of $75 charge if they come back for.
And again, this is for ongoing reoccurring, you know,
Yes, of
if
course.
you're a homeowner and you miss something, but if it's chronic, we have the tool to do that now.
Perfect. Any other questions or Counselor to you?
Sorry to revisit this, but I just wanted some clarification on the online payment then. So the 3% fee would only be charged if it were paid via credit card, and an e-transfer would not have the 3%
As
fee?
far as I know, that your transfers, no, because we've been taking them before, but the credit card for sure.
Credit card.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Glad to hear that, because I pay my taxes by e-transfer. I don't want to get dinged an extra 3%. Okay, any other questions from council?
Just one second,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just looking something up
Yep.
here.
No problem. Get it right.
So when you say the 3% is for integrating an electronic payment system, are you talking about credit cards?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's fine. I thought it was something new or something. Okay.
They can pay through our cloud permit software. When they enter their permit, they can actually go on there and just pay the credit card system right away through the app.
Okay.
A lot of the credit cards give bigger bonuses back than 3% even, so. Okay, there's no other questions, and if any person has not spoken who has not received notice of this meeting wishes to receive notice of the passing of the bylaw, please submit an email request to Jennifer Connor, clerk at jconnor@ramara.ca, or by contacting the clerk at extension 261. This now concludes the public meeting, and council will take all various comments into consideration prior to making the final decision. If concerns are received, a further staff report will come before the committee of the whole on September 11th. I don't think we got any concerns from the public, so if no concerns received, the proposed bylaw will come before council on September 23rd, 2024. And that ends that meeting. So I now have a motion that report BP 34-24 be received, and that the building fees bylaw be presented for council consideration at the September 23rd, 2024 council meeting. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and receiving of petitions and deputations. Ramara can't talk today. Ramara Historical Society. So John Appleby and Brad Taylor, come on up. Oh, no, you don't, Dina, you don't. But you're welcome to come up. I think you know how to work the microphone, John.
The new one, how's that? We're good. Good afternoon, your worship, members of council. My name is John Appleby, as you already know, and I have with me Geraldine Tubis, who is the chairperson for yesteryear's 2025. We are here representing the Ramara Historical Society. The RHS has been active in the township for 20 years. In fact, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary in June on our regular meeting night, which is the third Thursday. It was nice to see some of the council members there. The Historical Society believes that the key to a successful future is knowing the history and the stories of the past. The RHS has members with a wide range of interests, including artifacts, farm equipment, vintage cars, genealogy, natural history, historic maps and documents. And we are eager to share the members' skills and knowledge with the people of Ramara Township. At our regular meeting, we often have guest speakers on topics like barns, quilts, the royal family, We had Ron Brown, who was quite a celebrity, come and speak to us on Ghost Railways in Ontario at one meeting, and it was well attended. We often have show and tell where members bring artifacts and then they know and explain them to us, and everybody gets a chance to check them out. Our volunteers regularly do displays in the glass case in the hallway here at the municipal office. Always a theme such as toys or teacups or school days. We can be found at various events, Coldwater Canadiana Museum, Lagoon City Vintage Car Show, and the Ramona Fair to name a few. Annually, we do a float for the Washego Santa Claus Parade and their Canada Day parade. This year, we won first prize for our float in the Canada Day parade commemorating the 80th anniversary of D-Day. In 2014, a project was undertaken by this group of dedicated volunteers. Not a fundraiser, but a celebration of all things Ramara, past and present. It was called Yesteryears 2014, a celebration of the many wonderful things that Ramara has to offer, including a proud history, a progressive future. It was something for the whole family. Again, in 2017, we had another Yesteryears celebration and another great success with over 3,000 people in attendance, by far one of the biggest events held in the township. A third 2020 Yesteryear was planned for 2020, but COVID had it canceled. Now we are planning Yesteryears 2025 and encouraging the citizens of Ramara to get involved. The 2025 theme will be Castles of Ramara, showcasing the many majestic barns that are part of our agricultural history. The theme spotlights on the farming roots that many of us share and the landmarks that we recognize and are fast disappearing. Yesteryears 2025 committee has been meeting since March of 2024. It is estimated that to ensure a successful Yesteryears, it will require at least 300 hours of planning. We have created a budget based on 130% of the 2017 costs, and we have forecast the cost to be $26,500 for Yesteryears 2025. As with past Yesteryears celebrations, there will be no admission fee, but we will sell buttons or stickers for a small fee and accept donations. Yesteryears is intended to be a unique experience for the whole family, for families to come and meet with friends and neighbors, for people who have left the township to use it as a homecoming, or just to come and experience the past and look to the future. The Church of St. Columkill provides a beautiful historic site with ample space for exhibits, entertainment, vendors, and demonstrations, which with easy access to Highway 12. Parking will be provided by the neighboring farmers' fields and the exit onto concession 11. The use of the church grounds and the fields are at nominal cost of $1 to RHS. Revenue to cover the costs is estimated at $26,500 and will come from the County of Simcoe, who gave us a grant of $10,000 for the 2020 experience, but some of that had to be spent on the 2020 stuff that we had already purchased. Sponsorship from local businesses, vendor revenue, buttons or sticker sales, and donations, and our pancake breakfast at Udney. We are asking council, as you go into budget deliberations, to provide a $10,000 grant and waive the costs of the fire department and the tent safety inspection. We are hoping you will support us in our endeavors so that people of the future will know and appreciate the past. Are there any questions?
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe you can let us know on council and Councillor Sludge. Maybe I think you were in Councillor Goff on council last time that yesteryears was held. Prior to COVID, the township did support monetarily as well as with some services, I believe.
Yes, we have.
Oh.
Yes, and we did waive the charges that you're asking for again. So that has been our position.
Amazing.
Perfect. Councillor Goff.
I think last time that yesteryears was supposed to happen in 2020, we did it was $10,000 you asked for, but we
I couldn't say.
Was it 10 or 75? I can't remember back that far.
I think
Yeah.
it was maybe 75, but then with the cost of the fire department and that, it came
We-
out to around 10,000.
We had some pictures available for.
They're all going up while you were talking, sir.
I guess I was busy concentrating.
Yeah, so no, in the past we have now, what's my motion today is that we receive the society unless anybody wants something different. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I'd like to keep this motion that we receive as information as well as move to discussions for a budget for consideration.
Get a seconder for that, for
Hold on a sec. When do you need an answer by?
good question.
I mean, when are we supposed to finish the budgets? When will the budgets be finalized?
November? Hang on. All right, try it now, Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier today in committee, the treasurer indicated first presentation. It's either on the 23rd, 24th, or the 25th of October, anticipating ratification by council in November, I would think.
Normally we always say receive these and refer to budget. This is a festival that we have always supported and it's been deferred. So I'm comfortable if a councillor wants to commit to it now, but Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to sponsoring it all, but Mr. Appleby, can you tell me have you got a budget laid out? What is the $10,000 for? If the property is $1, what are your costs?
I'll use your mic.
Right. Some money has to be spent already. We've already reserved tents, the big tents for the event. We have done some advertising. We will have more advertising costs in the form of our the day of brochure. It lists all the participants, people who are bringing artifacts to display. It also lists the financial support, the sponsors that we hope to local businesses who are supporting us. We're trying to focus on people with a payroll, employers of the township, especially the quarries, because we all have to deal with the inconvenience of the quarries in the township. Okay, what else? We have.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm comfortable moving it forward to budget, but I'm just wondering if you'd be able to forward your budget once you finalize it to us before we deliberate on budgets and we really know what we're spending money. I have a hard time approving $10,000 without knowing what it's going for.
Yep.
That's all. That's
Yeah,
it.
so that's what I'm kind of thinking. We approve in principle and we'll forward it to budget. And if you can get us a copy of your budget, that would be perfect.
Yeah,
And
we sure
we'd have.
can do.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot. We based it on 2017.
Yes.
And that, that is, well, next year will be 8 years ago.
No.
And so we had to have something. So we came up with 130%.
Yeah.
What, where we go from there, how close that's going to be, we don't really.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we missed a step because of COVID, missed a year it's 8 years. I mean, we should have had one.
Yeah, we should have.
two or three. We're trying to do it every other year at one time. Yes.
Yeah, that was our plan, was to have it every third year.
Yeah.
But that's how it worked.
Yeah. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I just have a question and I'm very much in support of the event. Don't get me wrong. That's why I have my red shirt for you today. But I just, I know you want to keep the entrance fee low and you're not doing the fee, but you're doing a button. And I guess we're going to have a very lean budget that we have to produce this year, I'm quite sure. And I just wonder if it's possible that I think your button price was based on maybe previous yesteryears and just all costs across the board have risen. And I wonder if you would be able to increase the button fee just a little bit so that you could recoup some of that versus, and I know you want it to be a community event, so I'm not recommending $15 or $20, but maybe instead of $2, it's $3, or maybe it's $5 or something, or maybe there's a family price that you could do versus an individual button price, and just a way to kind of raise some of the funds and then not maybe putting as much onus onto the taxpayers. That would just be something I would wonder if it's possible.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to feel people or let people feel that they're excluded because of the cost. So we've basically, the cost of the buttons in the past has just been recovered. The cost. More was received through donations. We'd have a donation bucket at the gate, and that was more effective, to be honest. And so we were thinking, well, maybe we would scrap the button idea and just have stickers, and that way we could. The buttons is a good way of keeping track of how many people are on site, and so we're still not totally convinced that we'll sell buttons or we'll do stickers. Anyway, there's just some discussion to be had. But yes, it would be nice to, but in reality, what we could recover compared to the cost by larger button fee, I doubt it. I doubt if that would be much of it. I think we're more looking for sponsorship and trying to keep it not the individual's costs, but as a township cost.
Yeah. And the donations is always good to have that, well advertised and conspicuous. Very difficult for the mayor to walk by a donation booth. Even harder when you're warden. Councilor not.
Is there a tentative date?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's
July 26th.
July 26th.
Without save the dates.
Oh, I see them now.
Councilors.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. And Councillor Fisher, I think you had a comment.
Thank you. There is money that was dog-eared, I think, for the last yesteryears already put in the budget somewhere. Has there not been?
Yeah, I saw Mano up there. I don't know if it's still in the budget or did it get moved out, Mano? I did see her briefly.
Hi, it was not part of the 2024 budget. We budget yearly according to what type of requests we get. However, I was able to find the last payments that were issued. So in 2023, 7,400 was giving as a donation.
Yeah.
And then 2019, 2018, 2,500, and 2016, 7,500.
Yeah, I think we committed the 75, but I don't imagine the money was given to you because it didn't happen in 2023. Yeah.
And I think the 7,400, wasn't that to do with COVID relief?
Oh, it might have been too. Yeah, it might have
Rather
been some
than,
COVID relief funding. Yeah.
Directly as support.
Okay, so the motion I have now is that we receive the presentation from the American Historical Society for the 2025 yesteryears event. Is everybody comfortable with that? And we're proceeding to budget shortly with your ass. So so we're receiving?
Not approved it.
No, we're receiving. Did you want something different?
I thought we would approve it so these farm people can start their planning process.
So you would move the amendment?
Seems like we should approve it anyway.
Yeah, I think they need to know, so we'll approve it, but we do want, so that we approve in principle. Would that be the way, Robin? And then,
Mr. Mayor, that certainly Ms. Higgins is still online, but I
Yeah.
believe direction from council to approve in principle. And then that can be folded into the update on the 23rd,
yes,
4th, or 5th.
basically that means as long as we don't find something untoward in your books, which we won't find, you're good. So that's the motion I have on the floor, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. And boy, I'll have that in my calendar. It's a great day. So thank you and thank the committee.
Thank you very much, Council.
Yeah. So. Yes. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was, yeah, the RCMP coming when I saw the red shirts coming in, or what was going on. Yeah, you feel free to leave whenever you see fit. You won't interfere with us. So next, I'll just give him a minute. Yeah. Okay, next I have the council adopt the recommendations of items 9.1 to 9.3 as set out in the consent agenda dated August 26, 2024, and any additions thereto with the exception of. Anybody need to pull any of the three items? Not seeing any. So, okay, any questions on any of the items? So can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Deputy Mayor. On the consent agenda, I'm just letting everybody catch up. So there's three of them. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Reports from committees and boards. Lagoon City, the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission meeting minutes dated July 11th, 2024 be received for information. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Committee of Adjustment, the Committee of Adjustment minutes. The council receives the Committee of Adjustment July 9th, 2024 approved meeting minutes for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Goff. I had one in here. I noticed we're getting some recorded votes happening, which is highly unusual. So that concerns me that there's some disagreement on policy within the committee. So maybe some education would be in order for the committee. When I see recorded votes, that usually tends to mean people are feeling very strongly in opposite directions, much more comfortable at a council meeting. But when I see the Committee of Adjustment, and I had a little concern on the one, and so I want to make it known where they approved a setback from the high water mark and some minimum yard setbacks in an environmentally sensitive zone area. The applicant was willing to do the studies and staff are recommending the studies, but the committee approved it without the studies. And that concerns me because one of the reasons we don't have a conservation authority on Lake Couchiching is we're always saying, no, we will be very mindful of the environment. We don't need a conservation authority. If this was on the Lake Simcoe side, you couldn't waive these requirements. It would be mandated. And so I want the committee to be mindful that we have to be stewards of the environment. And in this case, I know they approved it without the studies. I'm sure there's reasons why. I did see something in here where they said the elevation was quite high. So yeah, I could understand if you stand on site, the elevation's high, the high water mark, the flooding's not going to happen. But there's still natural heritage land and natural area protection land around it where the runoff is going to go. So personally, I would have rather seen the study take place. So those are my comments. Again, the committee makes the decision. So Councillor Goff and Bell. So I have two. Oh, turn your mic on, Joe.
Sorry, I'm not going to start all over, but I was saying I've never seen a recorded vote at a committee of adjustment. I don't know how prevalent they are, but in 6 years, I've never seen a recorded vote before.
Thank you. I actually had, I'm all thinking the same way today, but I had the same comment is that I was watching and I noticed that there was conversation around the table that wasn't necessarily related to policy. There was discussion around what I think or how I feel. And I think that maybe it's a little bit more training because the role is actually to evaluate whether policy is being applied properly, and it's not about what you think or feel. So I felt that concern as well, that maybe just a bit of a retraining on what the role is.
I do get concerned in the Greenlands area because as we know, that's a pretty strict policy. And if we start straying outside of it, it can get very costly. I see, go ahead, Jen Stong's online. Go ahead, Jen.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, just a point of clarification. The committee has not requested any recorded votes. The minutes are collected that way because each member needs to sign the decision based on who voted in favor and who voted against. So if a member did not vote in favor of a decision, they wouldn't sign the decision. So they're not actually explicitly recorded votes. It's the way that they're documented and the system just makes it come up as a recorded vote. So just.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's one. Yeah. Cause I just must be labeling it differently now. I don't remember seeing that before. And CEO, did you have a comment on?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just following up on Ms. Dong's point, understanding there was some confusion in how the minutes reflected the decision of committee. However, it's always worthwhile, at least I've always been of the opinion that it's worthwhile for in-service. I'd be happy to have a discussion on that and try and tee something up in the next quarter for the committee.
Perfect. Yeah. It used to just say ayes and nays and then carried. It never said carried on a recorded vote. I've just, all right. Thank you for answering that. So any other questions on those minutes? All in favor of receiving the minutes? That is carried. Committee of Adjustment. Next one, that we received the Committee of Adjustment August 13th, 2024 draft meeting minutes for information moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Goff. Questions or comments? Now that we know the recorded vote's not an issue. All in favor? That is carried. Committee of the Whole. Okay. Motion that we adopt the Committee of the Whole report. Okay. I think I have a different motion here now. Do I not? It should say section A, right? That we adopt Committee of the Whole report 0824 dated August 26, 2024, section A, correct? Because then we all have it in printed version here. So on section A, can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Tuyu. Any questions or concerns on what we just passed this morning on section A? Give everybody a minute to thumb their way through. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Section B, which is the funding for the haulage of Bayshore Village wastewater, that we direct staff to enter into a loan agreement with our financial institution to finance the cost of haulage effluent from Bayshore spray field. So the motion would be that, we approve, but that is the motion we're basically approving. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Tuyu.
And then the recorded vote.
A recorded vote and we had the discussion earlier, so this will be a recorded vote requested by Councillor Bell.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
I think I started with the requester and then goes alphabetical.
Oh, I apologize. That's correct. Sorry. Councillor Bell.
Against.
Nay. Deputy Mayor Bell.
In agreement.
Mayor Clark.
In favor.
Councillor Fisher.
In favor.
Councillor Gall.
In favor.
Councillor Snutch.
In favor.
Councillor Tuyu.
In favor.
That motion is carried.
Thank you. Next I have section C, which is the Lake Avenue parking lot, that we receive report ID 44-24's information and that staff installed the proposed sign at the site and create an online public consultation campaign from August 1st to September 1st, 2024. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Goff. Councillor Bell.
Can I please amend the motion?
Amendment?
Yes, please.
Motion to amend? I'm waiting. I need to hear your amendment.
Okay, I just was making sure that everybody's ready. So, so rather than the and that, the end that would read instead, and that the community engagement be modified to include the intent of the parking lot is to improve safety on Simcoe and Poplar roads and allow designated spaces for 15-minute mailbox access, resident and visitor parking, and inclusion of bollards in park spaces.
Do I have a seconder for the amendment? I'm not seeing one, so a seconder for the amendment. So that's the amendment. It's on the floor. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Defeated. I think. Opposed? Look for hands here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, the amendment's defeated. So on the original motion,
So then I'll need a recorded vote.
recorded vote on the
I'll
original
support that.
motion. Yes, sir.
The only thing we notice now that the date will need to change because this was a report for previous meeting.
Oh, yeah, so it won't be August 1st of
No.
September. So no, that date would change to, do you have a new date for us?
I'm thinking mid-September to mid-October. All right, it won't be vague.
15, yes.
I just had a question because I noticed that on our minutes now, we've been putting our amendments into the minutes. So I just want to make sure that the amended motion and then that it was supported by 3 ayes and 4 nays is actually going to appear in our minutes.
The amendment would appear?
I
Just
noticed on our
defeated?
last set of minutes, the amendment was in there. So I just want to, from a procedure perspective, make sure that the amendment is there so that, yeah, I just want to be.
It's a council meeting, so it would be.
Yeah, that's what I just want to make sure of, so that when I use the minutes, I can show that I had my amended motion
Right.
on the floor.
No, in a council meeting, any motion voted on, where committee of the whole, if something's defeated, it's just gone because you're recommending two councils.
Well,
We have to.
We haven't made a decision on this. We're
No,
gonna still
no,
get all this information in, right?
Right,
Okay.
this is, yes. Right now, it's a public consultation is that we're doing, but we're changing the dates. Obviously, it'll be like September, what are you thinking the dates?
If we do the 15th to the 15th.
September 15th
to October 15th.
to October 15th. We have to change those dates just because the report got deferred. So from September 15th to October 15th. So that's an amendment in the motion. We don't need to vote on that, do we, Madam Clerk, on that? You're okay, mover and seconder? Got a nod? Not okay. On the motion. Right, the original motion,
Recorded, yeah.
recorded vote.
For the recorded vote.
Yeah, so I'm opposing this kind of engagement.
Okay, Councillor Bell. Nay. Deputy Mayor Bell.
I'm in agreement with public consultation.
Okay. Mayor Clark.
In favor?
Councillor Fisher. In favor. Councillor Goff.
In favor.
Councillor Snutch.
In favor.
And Councillor To.
In favor.
That motion is carried.
Thank you. And last, and is section D, because we just finished the committee of the whole with the grader. We do have new information. So the report ID 4924 be received and the council will approve the required repairs to the grader is what it says here, and that the grader be replaced as soon as possible. And that we proceed with the cost of the repairs so long as the repair is less than the trade-in value. Now, if I don't put that on the floor, or do I have to put it on the floor and defeat it? Because we have a different direction now. All right, so if you want to go ahead, Josh, you've got information for us.
Yeah, so during the lunch break, I was able to contact the dealer we've been working with. So they're offering a trade-in value of $55,000 on the machine and we don't do any repairs to it. So it's their machine for 55,000. We'd purchase a new one for the 583.
So is everybody, so we would be trading it in the way it is, getting rid of it and purchasing, moving up the purchase 2 years and replacing it. Counselor Goff.
Just a quick question. How long before we get the new one?
In about 2 weeks. So it's a quick turnaround. They actually do have one in Ontario right now. So we kind of lucked out at this point in time.
Boy, what a different world we live in now. They have one in Ontario. That's what it feels like when I go to buy something. Yeah, we have one. We'll give you a good deal. Anyway, so is everybody fine with that? Then I'd be looking for amendment that we delete the repairs. And again, we haven't put this motion on the floor because we're waiting for the information, and that the grader be replaced as soon as possible, right? So, but it also said Not for this one yet. I haven't, because this is section D. So that's what I'm saying, the council approved the required repairs. Well, now we're saying we're not. So you almost have to defeat. Yes. Right. The trouble I have with that is now it's an amendment which is opposing what it's opposite of what the motion is. Are we not better to defeat the motion and enter a new one? I think that works better, because you can't put an amendment in that's opposite of what the motion is. And the motion is to repair. And now we're saying not to repair, to trade in. So I know that sounds a little confusing. I think it's cleaner if we defeat this motion and then enter a new motion. But that, all right. So mover and a seconder for the motion as it's presented. Move by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? All opposed? We're defeating it so we can put a new motion. Yeah, so that is defeated. So then the motion now, if you can give me a motion, Councillor, done. Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In Mr. Kavanaugh's report, the recommended approach was to procure a new piece of equipment and trade in the broken one.
Mhm.
That was in Josh's recommendation. So I think the original resolution that was drafted based on the recommendation in the report would be the right thing to put on the floor.
Which is to proceed with the purchase of the new. Yeah, pretty sweet. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor of proceeding with the purchase? Opposed of any? No, everybody's in favor. Okay, thank you. And yeah, we were waiting for that report. We got an answer quicker than we anticipated over lunchtime, so that's good. It's not good that we had to replace it prematurely, unfortunately.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
pardon me, Mr. Mayor, but just the body of the report did indicate the machinations to be able to fund that. That will be the backup from the treasurer and Mr. Kavanaugh, because it laid out how you're able to fund that.
Yes, we're deferring a bridge project, I believe, to fund it this year. Yeah.
Yeah, and even the procurement of the machines through a third party procurement provider, Sourcewell.
Yeah.
Which basically goes out to tender early in the year for all the equipment on typical specifications. So.
Right. So we're bypassing that. Everybody's clear on that because it's an emergency purchase. Yes, and the bridge work probably wasn't going to get done this year anyway. So no, so that works. Okay. So items requiring immediate attention to council. I have none. Unfinished or new business. I have none. County council update. Motion that council receive the county council update dated August 13th, 2024 as information. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Goff. Questions rising from the update? All in favor? That is carried. So announcements and inquiries, members of council. Not seeing any requests. Oh, announcements or?
I guess there's, the Terry Fox Run. It isn't just the car. Yeah, it isn't just the car wash. So the Terry Fox Run is on the Sunday, September 15th. Usually starts at 10. I haven't received a note yet from Kim telling me what time. I do know that they're putting out the, I know she just sent it in. So
yes, she did.
So I just haven't had a chance to look yet, but I believe it's at 10. I know the signage is going out early, which I have let Josh and John know so that they could advertise both the car wash and the run at the same time. So the signs will be out for a couple of weeks. So
I'm showing 9:30.
9:30
here on the invite. Yep, come out and have a word and then go for a walk. So 9:30 on the September 15th. Thank you for reminding me. If there's no other announcements. All right, request for reports. Councillor Snutch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As everybody may know, the Washego put in a set of lights just about 50 feet past the Ramara border about a year ago. And now a lot of drivers are getting very frustrated. And as soon as they get through those lights, they just put the pedal to the metal and they're whipping through. And I didn't know the best way to approach this, but I would think that we should ask for a staff report trying to figure out what we can do to control the speed exiting south, or I guess that'd be southeast, coming out of Washego, all past Fairgrounds Road, Riverly, can't remember a couple names of the streets there, but I think what we should do is put a report and then have it come back and council then approves to have it sent on to Simcoe. It's not in our jurisdiction, but there have been quite a few complaints going on for about the last 2 months just with the speed. A lot of people think the problem with the stoplights is it slows everybody down, but no, we still got speeding problems because they get so frustrated going through those lights that they just hammer it. So I would like to get a report on showing what we could do to fix that up.
I'll go to the CEO. Go ahead, Robin.
Mr. Mayor, I understand Councillor Snutch's request for a report. Happy through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Snutch, happy to ensure that that gets forwarded to the County of Simcoe. And that the mayor and deputy mayor would advocate on behalf of Warmadante. You're right, Councillor Snutch.
Ramara Township.
Oh, I apologize.
But I don't mind helping out my neighbors.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Mayor. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Meeting's over.
I have to go now, Mr. Mayor. Apologize, Councillor Snutch. It is a county issue. Happy to provide a heads up to Christian at the county, but the deputy and the mayor could advance that.
Yeah, and I'd just like to see the letter before it goes in case
Oh.
some of us who live in the area want to add a couple points.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. The councillor saying for a letter can go under the mayor's signature, Mr. Kavanaugh. When you said a report, sir, I thought you meant bringing a report back. So
I just want something to be sent to Simcoe County and then have
understood.
these guys get it done.
I think it's more than that, though. I mean, on a daily basis, I'll see somebody run the red light going there because it's a long intersection, but they're running the red light all the time. The other problem is a Friday at 5 o'clock of a long weekend, it's backed up past Fairgrounds Road by them. Everybody's going out the opposite way because they can't get into 169. It's that far backed up. Half the time, Rama Road can't get out there because nobody will let them out. So I think they need to do a traffic study or try and figure some solution out for it because it's getting pretty, whether they extend the green light on 169 or the time or something, I don't know.
So I guess we'd be looking for them to do a traffic study to deal with the traffic caused by the new stoplight in Washago. But then what we could do is we'll get the letter circulated before we send it. If any council members have something to add.
I was
about right? Yes.
Yeah, I was about 30 cars back on Friday at around 4:30. Trying to turn left on 169 off of Ramara. Now, maybe that's when the powwow got out. I'm not sure, but it's people just get aggravated and they do dumb things.
Councillor too.
Yeah, I was in that same backup and I also noticed it coming back into Washago and interestingly, the highway was backed up all the way to the ambulance thing. And I was speaking to a couple of residents who are OPP who live on Rama Road. And they said that that's very dangerous and that, yeah, we should maybe get other agencies involved. So I think this is the right move. I agree that it's making it very difficult for our local residents. And again, those OPP residents had suggested maybe if the light could be timed rather than having it equal, for the Muskoka Street 169, maybe make it like a sensor coming from the Muskoka Street. So
we'll get a letter drafted. So I have a mover and second.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Yes.
Would it help to get Severn involved so we have a joint letter going to Simcoe?
Why don't we make the request to Severn?
Yeah, I most likely would because it's within Severn Township. Part of it's us, but for the most part, it is Severn. And I know Severn's the one that pushed to get those lights in it. It wasn't the county, so.
So why don't we draft it and we'll circulate Severn first, but we'll get it to council to approve the draft, send it to Severn, see if they'll endorse it.
Okay.
And then it's got to go to county and then do a traffic. So a mover and a seconder, all in favor. That is carried. Okay. Request for reports, council members. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So I have a couple. So I guess if I try to go chronological with the agenda, but the first one would be, we'll need to know what the new wastewater rates are because we've now, of course, added this effluent hauling. And as Josh reported at the time, that's good potential to be effluent hauling for 26 too. So I think we should have a report so people can understand, or 25 was a potential. So I think it's important that we do the update again now because we may end up changing the rate again So I think people will want to know what that rate is going to be because it's obviously not 5%. We
I
know that.
assume that'll come at budget time, CEO.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bell raises a good point, and Menon, Ms. Higgins, to be able to get before council in October. Are you there, Ms. Higgins? Great. The question was a request from Councillor Bell for a report. Would that be incorporated in the work for the 25 budget? That was my question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bell.
No.
Sorry, I was looking at an email that just came in, a report, sorry.
On the new water rates, will that be part of budget? Because now we've just approved the loan, so that's going to change the water rates from the 5% that we raise them more than the 5% we'd already done based on the new hauling rates. So will there be an update coming? Because I believe budget's coming here in a couple months. Will that update be part of the budget?
Well, the water rates were approved until December 31st, 2024. So we have to talk about the water and wastewater rates again.
Right.
And yeah, it will be part of the budget, but I'm thinking to have a separate report only on that, not. We need to know for budget, but I will have a report separate from the budget reports.
Right, because it's a separate bylaw, I believe, as well. So yeah, there'll
Yes,
be a
it is.
separate report coming on that. And okay,
Okay, that was the first one. Then the next one was about the roadside maintenance. So right now we had a description of what we do, but my intent was for a report that would speak to how we might solve roadside cutting in residential, shoreline residential, village residential and hamlet areas, because they are not the same as rural. And
well, I guess we didn't vote on that in committee. That's forgot. Yeah.
well, we said we would need a report.
Yeah.
So that we could ask for a report. Just because, and I know at one point Josh gave the example of cutting back someone's hedge line that was originating on the private property. So general taxpayer footed the bill to trim back somebody's hedges. And I don't think that's appropriate. So I don't know what the solution is. And I don't know if it has to do with zoning or it has to do with, I know there's rules about roadside cutting, but I just think we need a staff report that because the onus should be on the property owner to be cleaning up anything that originates on his or her property, for starters, on bushes and hedges. And then the roadside cutting piece, I don't understand why a person can't cut their grass to the edge of the road in the areas where that's appropriate. I know that we have to cut it for safety and visibility. So, and I just don't know why the onus would be on the general taxpayer to cover that cost.
So I see two things there. One is on the brushing, charging the landowner if it's their tree. The issue I would have, again, we'd look for a report to come to committee of the whole. We shouldn't even be discussing it today. It's whether we want the report. So, and the other one is the roadside. Do we want to make it mandatory for people in shoreline or residential areas? So that would include the village of Atherley, that they're responsible to cut their grass to the street edge, like they do in cities. So I think that's a discussion that we want to have. I'm not saying I'm going to support it or not. That's the report that you're looking for. So is that straightforward enough? So we'd be looking at a more urbanized bylaw, if we even can do that. I know cities have different rules that they govern under than we do, but
Yeah, we'll have to look into it.
right.
I can enforce things on sightlines and
Yeah.
sightlines only. When it comes to anything else, it's more of a property standards. So we may have to update our property standards to encompass some of that. I know we've been running into it in Bayshore Village because of the ditching project. People saying they're not going to cut their ditches anymore because they're too deep and they're too long. Yeah. So we currently don't have any bylaws that force anybody to cut anything within the road allowance. It's totally optional at this point.
Yeah.
That's why we have the roadside mow and roadside brushing. So
So you, I guess we look for the report if we even have the availability to bill for that, I guess.
so
Because then we can have a discussion. Oh, and John Popple's here, maybe you can help out. Because we're looking for a report so that we can, decide, do we want to force people to cut their boulevards? Do we want to bill people for brushing? Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we could certainly, it would require either an amendment of an existing bylaw to include the requirement to cut grass on municipal property. It's similar to bylaws that where municipalities require individuals to shovel snow on the sidewalk.
Right.
So we do have the ability to pass those bylaws. I would highly recommend that it not be in the property standards bylaw because we have to give out an order with 14 days compliance as a minimum. So it would need to be in a standalone bylaw or within the long grass bylaw.
My suggestion would be we have a discussion on it at the next committee of the whole, like an action, because if we're not in favor of doing it, then I wouldn't put staff through the aggravation of, we need to have a wholesome, on they're two separate issues. I'm seeing, Madam Clerk, one's on the brushing, who are we billing, and another one would be maintenance of the boulevard. So that'd be two reports, not even a report, two discussions at the future committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Goff. I'm fine with the discussions. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay.
I still have more. I'm sorry. I had a few different items today because a bunch of stuff has come up.
Well, yeah, again, I'll allow it because we just had committee of the whole, so it wasn't, yeah.
So the other request for a staff report, and this is, it may be coming anyway, because John will do an update for us on bylaw concerns that have come in. But I've had a couple of calls now lately about trees, and I've had a discussion about trees a couple of times in the past few years. And the feedback that I received from bylaw was that typically we haven't gone into properties and mandated that they cut down their dead trees. But what I'm hearing is there's some of these lots, and because we now have so many people living on Lakeshore as well too, these undeveloped lots with the dead trees are all there's dead trees falling, and I know it's civil, but in our property standards, we do have a component that talks about dead and dying trees on private property. And so I don't know how many complaints are even coming in, and if we need to have some proactive response to this. And so that may be captured in our next update, our next quarterly bylaw update. But if it's not going to be, then I guess I'm asking for a specific piece of that next update to speak to that aspect of property standards.
So was it coming, JT, or is it something we can just add?
So the next quarterly report is coming to the next committee of the whole meeting. And I can certainly ensure that there's information on the number of dead or dying tree complaints that have been filed.
All right, perfect. So that'll be tagged to it. Yeah, with the amount of ash trees, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Mr. Popel, the concern raised by Councillor Bell, in your update, please ensure that delineation between life safety and aesthetics. There's two different ways to be able to deal with this. There may be a dead tree on private property. However, I think the authority that you would have, that the municipality would have, Ramara Township would have, would be associated with life safety issues.
Yeah, liability. It's going to fall on a house, going to fall on hydro wires, that kind of thing. Okay, any more requests? Councillor to you. Oh, I'll come back.
Sorry,
and then
yeah,
I'll go
you
to Councillor to you, and then I'll come back. Go ahead, Councillor to you.
Thanks. I guess a lot of residents in the Service Gap B area are wondering what's happening with the internet. And I'm wondering if there's anything to report on that, because there's some confusion now that Bell has come along and started doing things, including sending people reminders to sign up. And residents aren't sure if they're supposed to do that or if they're waiting for Rogers, which is what the original plan was.
Well, some are Rogers and some are Bell, depending on what area. And I know Bell was running way behind with their contractors. Ashley, can you help us out there?
We can get a update to council, but just be mindful that when a service provider goes into an area, if another service provider thinks it's also going to get those individuals hooked up, they're also going to go in. So I don't know if it's up to that resident and what they choose to do, but the same thing kind of happened in the Atherley area where Bell was scheduled to, Rogers was supposed to go into a certain area and Bell went in. And they have two lines. And so it's service provider versus service provider. So.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Okay. So the last one, this one's quite a larger ask. And so I'm not suggesting that it would come back to us next month or the month after, but in our 2020 strategy core consulting report, one of the things that it covered was that we needed the initiatives underway are our economic development strategy. And then when I look at the strategy that we were using, the 18 to 25, the five strategic objectives, they are laid out quite nicely. And within each of those five, there were quite a number of recommendations that we were working toward. And I think it would be useful at this point to bring it back and have a report on where we are with our economic development strategy so that we can figure out where we're going. When we look at that 18 to 23, we haven't completed quite a number of the items that are in that strategy. So I don't know what our status is, what are we doing toward all of those things. So I'd like to see a breakdown of those 5 strategic objectives and then all those different targets that we had. What have we done? And then just so that we can take that up-to-date staff report and figure out what is our economic development strategy moving forward.
When was the update coming?
So this is a recommendation that I provided at the July economic development meeting, was that they needed to update their economic development strategy.
Right.
A, it's out of date, and B, there's a lot of things that have been done and we need to update it. A, what is happening in your community? B, what are the businesses needing? The committee moved it to budget, which will be happening at their September meeting, which will be happening next month. To clarify a time, I'm just not sure on what that time will be, whether it's going to be the Thursday, the September 12th, or the Friday. One of the members just recently requested to move the date, so that's why we're just uncertain at this time. So we can provide a report to council or to kind of where those initiatives are, but it has been brought forward to the Economic Development Committee to update that plan, so that way we can be probably up to date on what we're doing or what we need to do for the future.
So this is the work plan. So yeah, they're gonna review the work plan, and then they'll do it, and then their minutes, once they approve their minutes, then it'll come to us, correct?
So the work plan we do, kind of what I've been kind of incorporating is creating a work plan on kind of what is happening that year, but they need to update the strategy on overall what are we doing here within the Township of Ramara for those businesses, for, let's say, tourism, things like that. So that is what I've recommended to the Economic Development Committee in order to get that done for 2025 as part of their budget. So hopefully that will go to their next meeting, which is in September. I'll be able to define a date probably by tomorrow, just because a member just this morning requested a date change. And then that will be then coming back to council. And so my apologies. The January minutes for the Economic Development Committee meeting went to the April 22nd council meeting, but the last minutes from the April meeting missed the July council meeting and again this one. So, but I'll make sure both of those minutes are attached to the next council meeting in September.
Okay.
I guess I just think that an economic development strategy, it needs to come from like the township itself and township council. So I guess what I'm asking for is that council should be involved in the economic development strategy for our township.
Well, then we wouldn't, we have an economic development committee and they recommend to council. That's how it works. Or we would just do away with the committee if we want to take charge. So right now we have the committee and they recommend to council. That's how it works in county as well. It's the committee has their own budget and they recommend the council. So
yep.
We have to wait till they recommend to us. Now, if we don't like it, we don't have to follow what they recommend, but the process would be the committee would recommend to us, correct?
That's right. And it comes to council to be ratified, just like the recreation master plan comes. It's anything that gets developed does come to council to get approved, and they would get the insights from council as well as the businesses within the area and so on and so forth.
So it has to come from the committee first, then to us.
Yeah, I guess I just was concerned because I know that there was a motion carried to do another $35,000 toward a CIP, but I know that since 2017, we've been spending quite a substantial amount of money on CIPs. So I'm not even sure why we would be doing another CIP. So we didn't see those July minutes. So I'm just not sure where we're at. And I also think an economic development strategy is not, if we haven't done one since 2018, this is a substantial piece of work. So it wouldn't just be one meeting, people sitting around a table it's a full-on strategy, right? It would require some time and investment. So I'm not arguing that the Economic Development Committee can do that, just that it's been a long time. 2018 is a long time ago. And so I'm just not sure what our approach I mean, does the Economic Development Committee have even a structure for what they're trying
Robin.
to do with that strategy, I guess?
Robin.
Mr. Mayor, the Councillor Bell raises a very critically important concept. And later today, council will hear some thoughts, their first blush thoughts on addressing part of what Councillor Bell is asking for today. I don't believe that there'll be capacity in the next couple of months to have that before council. I would hope that in conjunction with Ms. Watson and Mr. Zachary, that there would be an opportunity to have an update to council in the third quarter.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no more, then I will go on to well, whenever the lawyer arrives, but we're going to close. We'll take a break before we're going to close. So I got bills and bylaws, right? Oh, notices of motion. Does anybody? I didn't see any. So bills and bylaws, and I would pass them now, correct, Madam Clerk? Yeah, because there's nothing being changed. Recommendation of bills number 2024-47, 2024-48, 2024-49, 2024-50 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passes bylaws. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Fisher. Questions on any of the bylaws? Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll to it. I can just say which one it is without the number, but it's not really, it's just an explanation. So the Poplar Bridge, if you could just explain, Josh.
Oh, yeah, the bridge, the weight
Just so
restriction.
people understand. Thank you.
Yeah, so through our OSM inspections that were completed last year, we're getting all the information here now. It was identified that that bridge has some structural concerns. And due to those structural concerns, we're putting limits on the bridge to ensure the bridge is sound. And then we'll be seeing that moved ahead in next year's budget, 2025 budget for the replacement repair of the bridge. So.
Thank you. I guess so the direct and specific concern is that effluent hauling will start again. And with Laguna Parkway construction happening, there was an assumption that it was possible trucks would travel down Lakeshore, turn onto Poplar, and then obviously go over that bridge. So that's what I wanted to clarify, just that there's not going to be, so this will include this effluent hauling and there's not going to be any effluent trucks going over that bridge.
So any contracts within the township, they've already been made aware of this even before the notice came out. The paving, the effluent, it's all going to be down Laguna. There may be some dump trucks when we're paving going out over Poplar, but they'll be empty at that point. They won't be over the 20-ton limit. So we chose the 20-ton limit to try to mitigate some of the disturbances with it. Our snow plows can still go over it. Garbage trucks should still be able to go over it. It's just limiting the big trucks, the cement trucks, stuff like that.
All right.
Thank you. The only thing I would ask is if that can potentially just make it to the highlights, because I know that's going to be, it already has been a question. So if that can just be included, so it's easy for me to
There'll be an
answer.
alert we'll put out for it as well.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Thank you so much.
Before the signs go up. Perfect. Any other on the bills and bylaws? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And anybody want a break before we go in camera? Right, but there's other things with, there's an unopened rollouts, there's other things we can deal with while we're waiting as well, but we'll take a break. 15 minutes, that everybody yeah. Take a quick bio break, then we'll come back and go in camera. I should go in camera when I come back, correct? Yeah, perfect. Okay, I'm live, so I'll look to my deputy clerk and my clerk's coming in the room just to confirm that I have a quorum.
Thank you, your worship. Yes, you do have quorum.
Okay, it looks like all members are here. So now I've got a motion. The council goes into closed session at 2:46 PM to discuss personnel matters about identifiable individuals, labor relation matters, the proposed disposition of land, the potential litigation matter, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose in accordance with section 239(2)(b), C, D, E, and F of the Municipal Act 2001. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. So I will wait for the green light. So now, do you want to read them all, Jen, or can I read some of the ones that are on the agenda here, the way they're worded?
I can read them all, your worship, if you wish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so 18-1. That a verbal report from the solicitor client privilege with respect to an OLT matter be received for information.
Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by the deputy mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Second one.
That a verbal update with respect to the CAO review phase 2 be received and that staff proceed as directed.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell. All in favor? That is carried.
That we receive confidential report CD 2124 for information and that staff continue to work with the owner of 73 Cortlandt Street and that staff proceed as directed.
Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried.
That Colleen McKee be appointed to the Ramara Township Public Library Board and that staff be directed to review and report recommended red line versions to the volunteer policy and that the report be brought forward to the Committee of the Whole prior to the end of the year and that incomplete applications for 2024 committee appointments be re-advertised after 3 months and that the 2024 appointed members who do not complete their applications within 3 months be notified that their appointment has been rescinded.
Okay, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Why don't we jump down to 8-6 then and we'll carry on. We'll come back to 8-5 because we're going to be playing rotary chairs.
That we receive report TRO 924 and that staff be authorized to write off $157,849.74 in receivables from 2020 and prior and associated penalties and interest, which $103,700 is funded through amount set aside for doubtful accounts and $54,149.74 from 2024 anticipated surplus.
There was also a staff proceed as directed on one of the files on that one. So
Yes, Your
I'll add
Worship,
that
and
in,
that
that
staff
staff
proceed
proceed
as
as
directed.
directed on, yeah, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried.
That the council closed session meeting dated July 22nd, 2024 be adopted as presented.
Moved by Counselor Snutch, second by Counselor Bell. All in favor? That is carried.
That the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways closed session minutes dated July 11th be received as information.
Moved by Counselor Bell, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried.
That the special closed council session minutes dated August 12th, 2024 be adopted as presented.
Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. Now, there was one very quick update we got on a legal matter. That we received an update on a legal matter. We just did it before we rose. Moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell. All in favor? That is carried. It was just a court date. Okay, now we're up to the musical chairs. So you've got 3 motions. So I think we're all good on the first one.
I have 4, Your Worship. Yes.
Oh, 4.
That we receive report AD 1524 OMERS, staff, volunteer, firefighters, and council.
That we receive it. Okay,
Yes.
we can do that. Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Okay.
So now we're moving into the second one, Your Worship.
Yes. Which is the second one is the staff one, isn't it? Staff.
Firefighters.
Right. Oh, we did the staff one already? Oh, it's just all right. Thank you. Well, you're better to leave the room. Always better. Yeah. Okay.
That we endorse the OMERS enrollment opportunity for volunteer firefighters.
Okay, moved by Counselor Bell, second by Counselor Goff. All in favor? That is carried.
So the next option.
Okay, that's the 3 of us. And you say there's another motion after that? Oh, okay, but then so I have to stay with it. We're gonna take off. Just shuffle out in a different order. Just take my chair. Keep the mic on.
Oh, sure.
You want to use
It was mine. I brought it back. Okay. The last part of the motion, the last motion?
That we approve option A regarding Counselor Omer's plan contributions consisting of the opportunity for employer contributions for previous Omer service back to October 2018.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried.
You have a mover and a seconder?
Oh, mover and seconder. Counselor Bell, Counselor Fisher, all in favor? That's carried.
Okay, now I'll go get them.
This chair back.
Yeah. Okay, you've got another motion for us?
That staff report back at a meeting prior to budget deliberations regarding Omer's plan considerations for full-time employees within the Fire and Rescue Services Department.
Okay, no conflicts with anybody there? Okay, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Bell, all in favor. That is carried. And for some reason, I can't scroll down. So can you read my adjournment ones? My computer froze up. Yeah. Oh, here we are. No, I'm back live now. So that by law to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 26th day of August, the bylaw 2024-64, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 26th day of August, 2024 be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the deputy mayor. All in favor? That is carried. We now adjourn at, look at the hands going, 5:10 p.m. Until September 23rd, 2024 at 7. Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Goff. Oh, I'm showing, sorry, 5:50, get the time right.